find something to say. I think what I'm going to talk about is thought he was been it as like
Hey Fred, how's it going? Tripolowski, what a name. Tripolowski. Is it Polish? TikTok being shit as per usual, so we gotta try to fix that real quick. Fucking TikTok. Oh, what's wrong with that platform? Oh. TikTok, stop. Stop it. Have you heard of the High Elves? Arnob YouTube, hi. How are you? Have you heard of the High Elves? Who are you from? What? I am from the internet. Does this get recharged yet? This weapon. Yeah. It is I, being of the internet. Hello. What are we doing? We gotta go to Cheydon Hall. I'm in Cheydon Hall. Ah, yes, the beat up building. That would make sense. Yes, TikTok is working. Excellent. Tempt the door in the basement. Where in my country? North America. That's where it is. But I am not an American. It's a riddle. Gain entrance into the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary. Gotta speak with some guy.
Greetings,
Oh,
brother.
hi.
Greetings. I am Oshiva, mistress of this sanctuary. Lucien has told me all about you. I welcome you to the Dark Brotherhood. You stand now in our sanctuary. May it serve as your new home, a place of comfort and security whenever the need arises. When you're ready for work, go and speak with Vicente Valtieri. He handles all assignments for new family members. But before you go, please accept this gift from your new family. A unique set of armor, lighter than normal leather and black as the void. Now, I've kept you long enough. Vicente is waiting. You'll find him in his quarters. Go now, my child, and may Sithis go with you.
Alright, I wasn't paying attention. What did you say?
Lucien isn't here very often. His duties with the Black Hand keep him very busy, so he trusts me to keep the sanctuary in order. To employ the services of the Dark Brotherhood, one must perform a ritual to the Night Mother. Only then will she heed their prayers for murder. It is an ancient rite, this Black Sacrament. All across the Empire, every day, people beseech the Night Mother to take the lives of others. After a person performs the ritual, they are contacted by a speaker. Gold is exchanged, and the details worked out. So it has always been. I've heard some talk. This past year, some family members have been found murdered. Could there be an assassin among assassins?
Bum, bum, bum.
Ours is not the only Dark Brotherhood sanctuary. There are others hidden throughout Cyrodiil, each one overseen by a speaker of the Black Hand. Those fools in the church and their so-called 9 divines. There is no divinity beyond the eternal and terrible rule of our dread father Sithis. Go now, dear family member, and may the Night Mother wrap you in her cold, loving embrace.
Okay.
I wish to welcome you to this sanctuary, my newest brother. I welcome you to our family and this sanctuary. May you find yourself at home here, in the loving embrace of Our Lady, the Night Mother. Ochiva and I have known Lucien since we were hatchlings. He is the one who trained us in the way of the Shadow Scale, and is like a father to us. The Night Mother is the Dark Brotherhood's unholy matron. She guides our actions, just as the dread Father Sithis once guided hers. I've heard the Count of Shadenhall knows about this sanctuary, that he has offered much gold, as well as other incentives, to keep his mouth shut. In the Argonian homeland of Blackmarsh, those born under the sign of the Shadow are taken at birth and presented to the Dark Brotherhood. A Shadow Scale
Crib
hatchling
snatchers.
is trained in the arts of stealth and assassination, and lives a life in service to the mighty kingdom of Argonia. Any Shadow Scale who lives to come of age is accepted into the Dark Brotherhood as a full member of the family. So it was with myself and Ochiva. Who is Sithis, you ask? Some call him the Dread Father. It was his terrible love that gave birth to the Dark Brotherhood so very long ago. May Sithis be with you.
This is our security, is it? Well, now what?
But why, sister? What's the
I've
point?
heard so much
Why should
about
anyone
you.
bother with all
Welcome
that
to
sneaking
our
and
family.
skulking?
My dear Gogren, you are a life-taker for the Dark Brotherhood. Our very existence relies on shadow and deception. Do you not value our secrets?
Yes, of course I value our secrets, and I have never betrayed them. But using stealth to kill, it's just so weak.
But brother, what of the contracts that require subtlety?
How can
You must at
Uchiva be of
least strive to
assistance?
earn the bonuses that are offered.
Bonuses? Useless, I say. Gold and magical trinkets are no substitute for the freedom to slaughter anyone I please, at any time.
Oh, Gogren! Your methods may be crude, but your heart is always in the right place. It is an honor to make your acquaintance.
That's not the person I'm looking for.
Get away from me.
Okay, fine. Oh, here we go.
Ah, warmest greetings to you. I trust you've already spoken with Ochiva. I am Vicente Valtieri. I provide assignments for all new family members. Please do not let my appearance unnerve you. The needs and tenets of the Dark Brotherhood come before my own needs as a vampire. Now, if you're ready to get to work, I can provide you with your first contract.
I get the feeling that being a vampire and murdering people are somehow related.
A contract is a secret pact one enters into with the Dark Brotherhood. They provide us with gold, and we remove someone from existence. A contract is fulfilled by a skilled assassin such as yourself, who keeps the Dark Brotherhood's end of the bargain. So it has always been. While carrying out a contract, you may have the opportunity to earn a bonus if certain parameters are met. Now, let's begin, shall we? I'm not sure how you feel about pirates, but you've got to kill one. A captain, in fact, on his ship, surrounded by his crew. Interested? Excellent. Here is what you must do. Go to the waterfront district of the Imperial City. There you will find a ship named the Marie Elena. Board the ship and find its captain, Gaston Tussaud. He'll be in his cabin. Eliminate Tussaud in any manner you see fit. The pirates have been moving a lot of cargo on board lately. You may be able to smuggle yourself on board in one of the packing crates. Oh, and one more thing. Get into the habit of asking your fellow family members about any current contract. Their insight may prove invaluable. As a pirate, Gaston Tussaud has certainly spilled his share of blood. Someone wants revenge, and they've hired us to extract it. When I first joined the family, this sanctuary was controlled by another speaker. Lucien took over when she was killed while fulfilling a contract. The Night Mother speaks to only one member of the Dark Brotherhood, the Listener of the Black Hand. And when Our Lady speaks, death follows. The Count of Skingrad is not all he seems. Let's just say I'm not the only one who enjoys his evenings. This sanctuary has been here since before even I joined the Dark Brotherhood, and that was 200 years ago. Sithis is the darkness of time immemorial. He is no Daedra and dwells not in the realm of Oblivion. No, Sithis is something altogether different. I was stricken with vampirism 300 years ago while on an expedition deep into the ashlands of Vardenfell. For nearly 100 years I hunted in secret, until the Dark Brotherhood found me. Now I have a family that accepts and even values my unique gifts. Perhaps in the future, when I feel you have earned the right, I will offer you a chance to become a Hunter of the Night.
Wow.
Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
Get away from me.
Murder the captain, eh?
Hail!
When you visit a way shrine of Zenithar, and you've lived a good life by the Nine,
Go on.
what's the news from
There
the other
once
parts
was
of
a
Tamriel?
hardy young lad of
I
the
understand
sea,
Daedra
a red
worship has
god of
become
courage
increasingly
and
prevalent
honor
in the
was he.
Somerset Isles.
Sail on, my
It
Cyrus,
seems
sail
Somerset
on.
Isle has become a much...
Farewell.
The pleasure is all mine.
The council runs the arena to amuse the masses, and it pays for itself with all the food. What's the news from...
I'm telling you, lad, it's bad luck.
Oh. Well, that didn't take long to get discovered. I didn't really think that was going to work, but... Also wasn't really sure how much I could get away with. At least have shit in them. The Lusty Argonian Maid. What do you know? A classic novel. Seems like this guy has a fucking nerd root, too. Being a pain in the ass. That random pot go that I picked up. I'm gonna drop this, too. There it is.
Captain! Captain Tussaud, are you all right, sir?
Oh yeah, everything's fine.
We heard a clamor, Captain.
Oh yeah, no problem.
How do you do?
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get.
This ends here.
Take that!
Do your worst.
Die, cur.
You
Help, police! These evil pirates are trying to murder me. Self-defense. Sure. My game crashed. Unlucky. You don't have my number?
Number.
I'll probably take the FPS off my screen now. I think I'm kind of done fucking with the settings.
So, the pirate has been eliminated. Excellent. No one will mourn his passing, and Sithis has been appeased. Please accept this black band as your reward. It is a ring whose powers are quite useful to those who value discretion.
I feel like that's not me. Fortify light armor, fortify security, resist magic. Yeah, it's not quite. That's not quite it.
I'm glad you've returned. The contract is ready, if you're ready. The Count of Skingrad is not all he seems. Let's just say I'm not the only one who enjoys his evenings. We need you to stage an accident. Kill the target in the manner specified, and you'll receive a considerable bonus. Do you accept this contract? As I expected. Good. The target is a wood elf named Bainlin. You will find him at his home in Bruma. Enter secretly and avoid his manservant, Grom. On the second floor is a secret door leading to a crawl space. Inside are the fastenings of a mounted head that hangs over Bainlin's favorite chair. Loosen those fastenings any night between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m., and the head will surely fall on Bainlin as he relaxes in his chair, as is his custom. If Bainlin is eliminated in any other manner, or if the manservant Grom is killed, you will forfeit the bonus. Now go, and may Sithis be with you.
Stormzy, hi, how are you? Christian Steiner, hi. Your fee? Oh, you're fine. Oh, hi. I see. That's good. Good that you're fine. It's an acceptable response, you know? Bruma. Bruma. Well, do you think there's a time in which these guys leave their house?
Oh, my children will thank you for your help. Thank you. Blessings of Julianos upon ye.
I think there's a back door. What game? This is the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Second floor crawl space and loosen the fastenings between 8 and 11. So I got in the basement. But get the feeling these fuckers are gonna be like right here. What time of day is it? Are those? No. It is 8 p.m. So I could like try to do it while they're having a sleep, you know? Like, why don't we just wait here until like ass crack in the morning? You know what I mean? That's the guy. That's the other guy. Where's this crawl space? Second floor crawl space. What the fuck is that? Oh, okay. Okay, so now I gotta wait until between 8 and 11 p.m. So I gotta literally sit here all day. So this would be 12, 11, 10, 9. And then do this. Oopsie. Seem to have aggroed his I seem to have aggroed his servant.
Show me what you've got.
I can't kill him. If I kill him, then I forfeit the bonus.
Look out!
Why won't you die?
This guy's killing me. Help, police.
By the gods, there's a psychopath on the loose.
There's a psychopath on the loose. Get him. I don't know if he's gonna die to the guards, if that counts. Maybe that doesn't work. I guess we'll see.
So, the accident has been staged and Bainlin lies dead.
Nice.
Well done. You've more than earned your reward and bonus. I present to you this dagger. It's an enchanted blade known as Sufferthorn. Its prick is deadly, I assure you. Yes, you are quite an asset to this sanctuary. In fact, I believe you are ready for advancement. I hereby appoint you Slayer. Well done. Now go, child of Sithis. Go and rest. You'll need it.
Drain strength on strike. Damage health on strike. Hey, that's pretty good. Too bad I don't use these kind of weapons.
Back for more? It just so happens I have another contract available, one that requires an expert in infiltration. As always, you fail to disappoint me. Your target is a dark elf named Valen Dreth. He thinks he's safe in prison. He is tragically mistaken. A prisoner recently escaped from the prison using a set of secret tunnels connected to the Imperial City's sewer system. It's a perfect way inside. Just outside the Imperial prison is a grating that leads to the sewers. It has recently been tightly locked, but I will provide a key. It should be easy enough to locate Dreth in his small cell. Besides, I think you know the way, Vaylendreth has been imprisoned for many years. His tongue is sharp, but his body is limp and frail. He will prove an easy, pleasurable kill. You will receive a bonus if you fulfill the contract without killing any of the prison guards. Now go, and may the Night Mother go with you. Brother, if I may...
Yeah,
Yes, brother.
I may or may not have been through this prison path before. I think this is the guy that's in the cell across from you, that like taunts you at the start of the game. I think that's the point. Oh, there's a fucking Oblivion gate right there. Tempting, tempting. What's the state of my, Greater Soul Gem? How much does this give me? 150? How much is a grand? Oh, it's got a shitty soul in it. Oh. Interesting. I didn't even consider that. You can have a big soul gem with a crappy soul inside. I didn't even realize that was a thing. Well, I think we should go to the gate just to see if we can get a good enchant. Alright, completed the Nern route. So we just have to go talk to Buddy at some point and turn it in. Geki Violet, thanks for the follow. Who died over here? Oh, this is a scamp. There's a dead horse here, but I thought that was like a person up there, but it's not. Don't beat a dead horse now. No, I won't. Don't you worry. I was just trying to loot a dead horse. Fucking paralyzed, dude. There's another one. Fleshy pod. Let's check the map for a minute. There's this shithole. Fleshy pod. And weak sorcery. Where's this guy? He's aggroed to me, but I don't see him. Is this the way I went in? Can't tell. No. I remember this gate, or at least had one very similar. Yeah, that's the thing about Oblivion gates, is like the terrain is all very similar, so it's sometimes hard to tell if you've done one before or not. What if we go up here? Let's see the situation. I feel like if I go up here, I'll be able to get into one of these towers. Is there a door to that tower? I can't see it. If it's got a door or not. Is there a door nearby? I need to do like a fortress or something. Like, I haven't gotten an upgrade in a while, and I think it's just I've been killing fucking demons and shit. It feels like every time I do like a fort, like world area, that's where like all the loot is for me. I feel like I need to do a fort. Bloodwell. Oh, I can get into this tower. Let me open the door real quick. Hi, Ritika. Yeah, we're in that place like where it's like getting hot, but we don't have the air conditioner set up yet. So, an open door helps. Oh, I thought that was a flame atronach. You have released a caged prisoner. He didn't quite fall out of the cage, did he? Okay, so this is where I came in. Boots of the Calming Sea water walking boots. I don't actually need those, but we'll sell them. Oh, I guess I need to be on that platform. Derp. Let's not recharge our weapon here. Let's get our bearings here. Okay, so we can go over to this tower, but the main tower is over there. So this is not the main tower. Too damaged to be used any further. There's definitely guys down there. Man, I don't know how you would get to the bottom if that thing's damaged. Like in the lava. Trying to see if there's like a loot box down there or anything. Oh, there's the gate, but that gate like goes into lava. So I guess this is just a waste of time, this little area. Oh, you can go up and down? Oh, I've already been down. That's right. Kazuto, hi. How's it going? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Well, I guess I'll just go back out this way. Oh, this is a different way out. Okay. It's not the way I came in. I came in at a higher entrance. Or something. At least I think so. Oh, here we go. This is the main tower. Oh, here's a way up. No, that's a way out. I guess there's no way up from the bottom floor. I gotta check and see if my stupid glasses are gonna get delivered today. Since they fucked off with them yesterday. For delivery. Okay. Oh, this didn't go out. This went up. That's weird. Yeah, up, and we got this way. Let's keep going up. Ooh, I thought you were gonna get me, did you? Fireball. My restoration is being drained. Mr. Bee's Knees, hi, how are you? This guy's got a sword that's got like armor disintegration on it. You need one of those? Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't really use swords. I seem to have, I don't know, picked the wrong fucking weapon type to use. Where the other guy's corpse went. Heat of Sinfulness. No, it has a weakness to fire on strike. Never mind. Shit, I went down. almost there. How did this guy's corpse get here? I already looted this. I'm going around in circles. I need to go outside to get around to the top. It's a long way to the top. Seem to have aggroed something. Oh, from up top. Oh, here's the guy, the nasty guy. Oh, it's Zivli again. Is it always this guy at the top? Last time he didn't drop shit. Just got like an ebony battle axe. Yeah. Fortify Magicka pants. If only I was a wizard. Alright. What does this one do? I got two of the same one. Are you fucking me? Are you fucking me? And this is that. What a piece of shit. It's the same one I already had. I mean, if I get an ebony mace, it's still an upgrade over the mace that I have. But I haven't even gotten an ebony mace at this point. Now I gotta go repair my shit before I go in there. Orko, go Orko. Orko, Mick Orko.
Herbal grow orkog.
Herbal grow orkog. I cannot pronounce that.
So he makes them and sells them here. Slash and smash, the big orc weapon.
No repair hammers. My armor is trash.
What can I interest you in? Goodbye.
My armor is literally garbage. It's 15.
Well, have a look around. You won't find better prices in all. That's a fair deal.
I'm not going to be needing this. I can hold on to it though. Let's get rid of this
got
thing.
A great deal there.
Get your armor up just enough to repair enchanted shit. Yeah. Yeah, mine's just dog water. Shrouded hood, shrouded armor. What else does this do? Acrobatics, blade, marksman, illusion, sneak. Yeah, this is like every skill that I don't have.
Thank you for your I can repair almost anything. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. You got a great deal there. That's a fair deal. An excellent bargain. That's more than I'd usually pay. That's a fair deal.
I'm gonna go collect my fucking Fighters Guild shit here at some point.
That's a good deal.
Get this shit out of here.
A good price for a good customer. That's more than I'd usually. That's more than I'd usually pay.
Seems reasonable, seems reasonable.
Come back and see me again.
Farewell.
How are you today?
How are you? Guy? Where am I going? The wrong way. Acrobatics up. Okay, surely it's been long enough. You guys can give me some stuff. Where's my stuff?
Yes, master. You need me?
Yeah, I need my stuff. $680. Wow. That's it? Some junk? Man, you guys suck. Replica. Womp womp. Hello. Service. Any wizard here? Wizard service. Not you. Where's your husband? There he is.
hope I can help.
No,
Bye.
that's not the right person either.
Greeting. Take care.
Who the fuck?
Greeting.
Oh, it's this guy.
Always keep your magical equipment charged. Take care.
Hey there.
There's a scamp in the middle of your guild. Just
Hello.
thought you guys might want to know. All right. Back into this shithole. Man, I should probably get like a shit weapon. I'm like wasting charge killing mud crabs right now. I can punch him. Oh yeah. Here, you fucker. Little did you know I trained under Jackie Chan. And I should have done a monk. What did that do? My hand-to-hand is getting huge. Well, here's the place with the table. I don't remember this part. Wait, am I supposed to go this way? I guess so.
Of course I'm proud to... Die, damn you!
Weird. The fuck is going on in here? Oof, oof. Put him up. Put him up. Put him up. Did I go the wrong way? Game seems to think I might have gone the wrong way. It's the map right now. Oh no, I didn't go the wrong way. It's just like weird. It's like behind the door. Whew. Elite assassin, brother. Deal with it. Where am I going? I gotta go this way. Oh shit.
Why won't you die?
Lost. I gotta go like around like this. Whoop. Now what? Down here somewheres.
Die, cur.
Captain Jeopard. Is that the guy I gotta kill? That guy right there. Ooh.
I fought mud crabs.
I stab him with my blade, dude. My grasses. Should I put on my hooded gears, dude? No. Gonna leverage our literal invincibility. Okay, you guys just wait a minute while I pick this lock. Boom! No guards have been killed.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed.
And after my oh, there it is. Now we gotta make a run for it. Fast as fuck, boy. Have fatigue potions? Why not? What does grace do? Agility on self. Sure. Oh, it was restore. It wasn't fortify. Oh well. Oh shit, mud crab. Gate is open remotely. Uh-oh. Ooh, dead end found. Weird. They have no idea what to do with a man of my skill. Shit. Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh, that's right. Through the flopping fish area. Oh, the acrobatics. So good. Still chasing me? Yeah. Catching my breath, you know. They're so far behind. Easy. Shit, this is the way out. Quick, horse, get away. Time to make a great getaway. Whoa, 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 whoa. The getaway vehicle is ready. Fuckers. Smell you later. Man. It just says mud crab? Oh, there's still a guy in the distance who wants me. Gotta keep going. I was unable to prevent the death of any guards. What? What guard died? What the fuck? What happened? Did one die to mud crabs? I don't get it. What happened? I'm so confused right now.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Like, as of right here, there was no problem. When I exited the sewer, everything was good. No guards have been killed. Okay, so how does a guard die from here? Does he die to this mud crab? Oh my god, is that what happened? Does he die to that mud crab? Like I try to run away and the mud crab kills him? Is that what happened? Does he drown? It's just this one guy who's still chasing me. He must aggro mud crabs while he's chasing me and die. Or something. I don't understand how he died. I go like further inland so he like maybe gets off the fucking coast. Oh no, he de-aggroed already, I think. No, I still got enemies nearby, just kidding. Or you got lots of health, man. Like, do I gotta go back there and check on his ass? Make sure he doesn't get killed by some fucking boars? Okay, music's changed. That means I can fast travel, right? Okay. I actually think that that guard dies to mud crabs or something. I actually think that's what happened. All that did, though, is made me want to play a monk character. I should have played a monk. Where you just, like, punch shit. Like Jackie Chan. That would have been a good meme.
You are like a dark gift from the Night Mother herself.
What the fuck happened to you?
Tell me how I can help.
Wait, what the fuck? That guy grew all his hair back in like 2 days. What the hell?
So, you infiltrated the Imperial prison, eliminated Valandreth, and killed not one
He
guard.
had no hair last time I talked to him.
In addition to your standard reward, I present to you this bonus. Behold, the scales of pitiless justice. While carried, the scales will magically enhance your strength, intelligence, and agility, but diminish your personality.
That's pretty
Powerful
good.
tool indeed.
It's pretty good, you know. Where's this item he gave me? Cannot equip. Doesn't like say that though. Like my personality has gone down. It has increased my other stuff. I think it's good. My strength is 111. But that's kind of weird because it doesn't like actually say it does anything.
Excuse me, sister. Can you spare a moment?
Of course. What is it?
Everyone's talking about your latest exploits. Not only did you eliminate the target, but his 6 Imperial Legion escorts as well. Most impressive.
Ah, yes, that was quite a situation I got myself into. But I have to admit, I had quite a bit of fun cleaning up my own mess.
You are truly an asset to this sanctuary. Here's hoping all of our contracts work out that well.
Oh, well, I'd love to continue chatting, but I have to prepare for my next contract. You know, that Mages Guild matter. You understand.
Walk with darkness, child of the Night Mother. You are like a dark gift from the Night Mother herself. Please.
Welcome, brother. So good to finally meet you. I hope you're getting along all right.
Antoinetta Marie. I wonder where that name came from.
I will always think of Lucien Lechance as my savior. When he found me, I was living in a gutter, an inch away from death. I owe him everything. I've always wondered who the Night Mother really is. Some say she's an old woman who lives somewhere here in Cyrodiil, but I'm not so sure. Don't tell anyone else, but someday I'm going to have Ochiva's position. Just you wait and see. Lucien Lechance knows real talent when he sees it. Have you ever lived on the streets, struggled to survive? The sanctuary is my home. Here I have the safety and love I've searched for all my life. Sometimes right before a kill, Sithis speaks to me. He whispers in my ear and fills my heart with the joy of suffering and death.
Are you sure you're not batshit crazy, lady?
Good luck, brother.
Tell me how I can help.
Hope you don't...
I have a special contract that needs fulfillment. In truth, I don't wish to offer it to any other family member. I've come to rely on your abilities. The Count of Skingrad is not all he... We're usually called upon to take a life, but not this time. This contract requires us to stage the assassination of a marked man. Are you ready? You must go to the city of Coral and break into the house of Francois Mortiere. Inside you will find Mortiere waiting for you. Do not kill him. You see, Francois Mortiere is a marked man. He owes a considerable sum to the wrong kind of people, so they have sent an enforcer to kill him. Here, you will use this specially poisoned knife to stage Mortiere's death in the enforcer's presence. Mortiere himself will provide more details. This is an unusual contract. Mortiere had to make a special arrangement with us before it was approved. I trust in your professionalism. The blade has been coated with a rare poison called Lango wine. One drop in a normal human bloodstream will mimic the effects of death immediately. I have provided you with a vial of antidote, which will be used to revive Francois Mortiere after you successfully stage his death. You should also know that there's only enough Lango wine on the blade for this one contract. After Mortiere is sliced, the knife will be useless. The knife I gave you has been coated with a rare poison called Lango wine. You need only cut Mortiere once, and he will appear to die. The Dark Brotherhood is not in the business of staging deaths, no matter how much gold is offered. Sithis demands blood, and blood must be paid. In order to accept the contract, we demanded a life. Mortiere offered his mother, and we accepted. Lucien has already taken care of that detail.
The guy offered the life of his own mother? What the fuck?
get
Spill
killed.
some blood for me,
I
dear
mean,
brother.
Maybe he had a bad relationship with her. Maybe it was a win-win, you know? Shit got real, I guess. Bong, bong. Dang.
Oh, well, hello. You must be the one Lucien Lachance told me about. I've been expecting you. We haven't got much time, I'm afraid. I borrowed quite a bit of gold from some underworld types. I missed a payment. Now they don't even want the money. They say I insulted them. They've sent an enforcer to kill me. His name is Hides His Heart, and he's on his way here now. That's why I hired you, so you can fake my death. Well, when Hides His Heart gets here, I'll put on a little act. You'll cut me with your poison knife, and that vile enforcer will think I'm dead. You must then flee from Coral, and Hides His Heart must not be killed. That way he can go back and tell his employers I'm dead. If you wait a day, my body will be put on display in the Coral Chapel Undercroft. You can come to me then and administer the antidote. Got all that? Good. Hides His Heart will be here any moment. Get ready. Oh, I do hope this works.
All right, buddy. Time for some Romeo and Juliet shit.
Motieri, I know you're in there. My employers are most displeased. I'm coming in, and you can beg for your life. Not that it will do you any good.
Motier.
Hold on, let me just... Alright, things are good now. Alright, some more Benny Hill shit. Whew. Help! Help! Oh god, no, they don't want to help me. Okay. Where's the fastest way out of this shithole? Back this way. This way works too. I must wait a day so Mortier can be discovered, blah, blah, blah. Wait, are they not going to chase my ass? Okay. So, what's going on, friends? Did you guys catch that assassin? Guy was murdered in broad daylight, and you guys didn't do anything. Wait, is that bad shit guy?
I'm the chapel healer.
No, he just looks really similar to that bad shit guy.
You seem quite
Good
intrigued.
tidings, citizen.
Please, share your thoughts.
What's going on with you?
I ran into some...
Do. Any almost dead people in here?
Oh, I'm a bit stiff, but quite fine otherwise. Ah, yes, the Undercroft. My family members are buried here, you know. Which leads me to something I may have failed to mention before. My ancestors will see my revival as a desecration of their tomb. This Undercroft is, well, quite cursed. Any desecration will cause my ancestors to rise from their graves and defend their resting place. I can hear them coming as we speak. You must protect me. Escort me to the Grey Mare where I can buy passage out of Coral. Ah, here they come. Oh, my, Aunt Margaret. You're looking the worse for wear.
What the fuck? Get out of the fucking way, dude. Can you not, like, walk into my weapon? I would appreciate it. Aren't you think they're gonna ask some questions? Well, they just put you in there? And now you're gonna walk out? Okay. Nothing to see here, folks.
Well met. Hard to complain about living in Coral. We've got everything you need.
Yes.
Everybody's talking about the hero of Kvatch. They say he actually went into an Oblivion gate.
Ah, the Grey Mare. Coral's finest repository of wine, women, and song.
They went off into the forest to fight those monsters, and I'm worried about them.
Ah, the Grey Mare. From here I will be able to arrange for transportation out of Cyrodiil. You have served me well, assassin. Francois is forever in your debt. Farewell.
That's so sad.
No doubt.
Take care.
Okay. So we're good. Oh, wrong news. wonder if Buddy's gonna have hair today. Maybe it was like a bug that he didn't have any hair those 2 other times.
You are like... Ah, so Mortieri has escaped. Well done. As payment, I am pleased to award you this amulet, Cruelty's Heart, as well as another advancement in rank. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Eliminator.
Eliminator?
Your body is cold, your heart hard. You exemplify everything the Dark Brotherhood stands for. I present to you now this key. It unlocks the well behind the abandoned house above. Use it to gain hidden, quick access to this sanctuary.
What does this do? "13 willpower, 13 strength." Baby, that's big.
Well now, you are an ambitious one, aren't you? I'm afraid I have no more contracts for you. Our time working together has come to an end. Instead, you must report to Ochiva here in the sanctuary. She will be providing all your contracts from now on and is waiting for you as we speak. Before you go, however, I intend to make good on an offer I made some time ago. As a vampire, I may pass my gift on to others as I see fit. You have served me well, and I choose now to extend that gift to you. Shall I use my dark powers and turn you into a vampire?
Guy wants to bite me. What does that do? Kinky, yeah. Can't remember if in this game it's a pain in the ass or not. Your character will age about 20 years, getting a wrinkled and pale complexion. Others will notice and comment on your appearance if you go past 25% vampirism. You may also lose your eyebrows and facial hair. When you turn full vampire, people may refuse to speak to you, citing your obvious vampirism. This can be countered by raising an NPC's disposition to at least 100 using vampire seduction. Charm 50 points for 20 seconds on touch. Oh wait, that was in classic. That was, so is it different remastered? Remastered. Vampire appearance is overhauled completely, with it being more subtle. Instead of aged and wrinkled like classic Oblivion, your face remains structurally the same, with slight alterations to eye color. Unlike in classic Oblivion, eyebrows and bone cheeks are not more pronounced, and there's no difference in appearance regardless of vampire stage. You gain 100% disease resistance, 100% paralysis resistance. You take damage in the sunlight. You gain a weakness to fire based on stage, a resistance to normal weapons based on stage, and you get additional abilities based on stage. Gain a bonus to strength, willpower, and speed, and a bonus to acrobatics, athletics, destruction, hand-to-hand, illusion, mysticism, and sneak. Yeah, do you have to, like, eat people every once in a while? Whenever you are taking sun damage, you are unable to fast travel. That's really annoying. Guards will refuse to accept yields at a 4th stage of vampirism, forcing you to run away or fight to the death. Hmm. Well, there is a feeding thing. If someone witnesses a feeding, they'll report it as a crime. That feels annoying to deal with. Maybe not this playthrough. Maybe a different playthrough.
Yes, I can understand your trepidation. For it is not every day one is invited to join the ranks of the undead, eh? If you ever change your mind, fear not. My offer will always be open. Simply return and speak to me about the dark gift, and we can proceed. Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
There you are.
Ah, greetings. I have been waiting for you. As Vicente surely told you, your time working with him has come to an end. From now on, you will receive all assignments directly from me. In fact, your next contract is available now. I see you have been speaking with Tanava. What he says is true. All our lives we have lived together in the shadows. We are eggmates, twins. We were taken at birth and given to the Dark Brotherhood. We returned to Black Marsh as Shadow Scales, trained in the arts of stealth and murder. Together, we served our nation as spies and assassins, as all Shadow Scales do. When we came of age, we joined the family as one, and here we are. In the Imperial City, there lives a high elf who must be removed from existence. Finding this person may prove challenging. Are you interested? I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Your target is a high elf named Phalion. He lives somewhere in the Imperial City and fancies long walks. Unfortunately, that's all we know. We don't know which district he calls home, which establishments he frequents, or anything about his schedule. This contract will require a bit of detective work. I suggest you speak to your fellow brothers and sisters and see if they can offer any advice. Ah, yes, there is one more thing. The Imperial City is also home to an Imperial Legion captain named Adamus Philida. Do you know who that is? Philida has dedicated his life to eradicating the Dark Brotherhood, and he becomes rather irate when our duties take us to the Imperial City. When that happens, he tends to make our lives uncomfortable, Let's not give the good captain any reason to go poking around in our affairs, hmm? If possible, do away with Phalian someplace out of the way. Definitely indoors with no other people around. A secure location with no witnesses. This will make it look like a simple murder. Philida will be none the wiser, and you'll receive a nice bonus. Now go, and may Sithis go with you.
I hope I can help. The elves of the Imperial City are a fairly close-knit community. One of them will have at least heard of Phalian. You should ask around. Spill some blood for me, dear brother.
See what the batshit chick wants to say about it.
I just wanted to congratulate you on a job well done. You had quite the time of it, or so I hear. Word. Ah, dear friend, may I steal a moment of your time? I have a rather delicate situation I was hoping you could help me with.
What?
This is a personal matter, and will have no bearing on your standing within the Dark Brotherhood. Would you like to hear more? I find your decision most agreeable. Now, the details. Far south of here, on the southern end of Cyrodiil, lies a swamp called Bogwater. Hiding in that swamp, you will find an Argonian shadow scale named Scartail. Kill this renegade, and bring me his heart as proof of the deed.
Oh, personal.
When Ochiva and I trained with the Dark Brotherhood as children, we befriended another initiate, a shadow scale by the name of Scartail. The three of us were inseparable. When our training was completed, we reluctantly parted ways. But now, the unthinkable has happened. Scartail has fled Black Marsh and refuses to fulfill his duties as royal assassin. This is an act of treason. This treachery must be punished. Just as a member of the Dark Brotherhood cannot kill a fellow family member, a shadow scale is forbidden from slaying another shadow scale. That is why you must go to Bogwater and eliminate that treacherous snake. Please, kill Scartail, so Ochiva and I can put this matter behind us. I do so love pursuing a contract in the Imperial City. The alleys, the shadows, the challenge of evading Philida's Legion troops. I envy you. May you walk always in...
Welcome. Welcome to the family. I'd hug you, but Ochiva told me not to. Now this is what I'm talking about. You kill him up close, face to face, and you still get the bonus. I wish all the contracts were like that. I once saw Lucian deal with an insubordinate brother, someone who had broken the tenets. It took me a week to get the blood off my boots. I don't know who the Night Mother is, but she pays me to kill people. My own mother should have loved me so much. You know what they say, home is where you hang your enemy's head.
Home is where you hang your enemy's head.
Truthfully, I've never really understood who or what Sith this really is. As long as I obey the tenets and fulfill my contracts, I guess he's happy.
Yeah, this guy is like the representative of the people who play like the big warrior character but still do the Brotherhood shit. It's like, you don't have to be a sneaky guy to do this. They got an option in NPC form. That's what he was saying earlier. I don't know if you caught it, but he said, like, he was talking to some other, like, NPC, and the other NPC was like, you gotta be sneaky to do this stuff. And he's like, no, I just ignore the bonus and murder everybody. That's pretty much what he said. The money's not worth it when instead I can have the freedom to murder everybody. Where's that other chick gone? The bad shit one.
Excuse me, brother. Can you spare a moment?
If it isn't the newest member of the family. Let's get one thing straight. The tenets prevent me from killing you. But I don't have to like you. I'll sell you equipment, but only because Ochiva is making me. This family doesn't need any outsiders.
This guy's a piece of shit.
I see this. I don't have all day. Hurry it up.
Night Mother's Caress. Heal 10 points. The fuck? That seems shit.
I see this. I don't have all day. Hurry it up.
Fortify hand to hand on self. Ooh, punching gloves. Resist normal weapon on self. Hey, that's kind of cool. That's kind of a cool thing. He doesn't have anything else, though. What does his neck do? Detect life on self 30 feet. At least the gloves are cool. I can sell this now.
A good price for a good customer.
And this thing is useless now.
You've got yourself a deal, idiot. Now I can sell it for 5 times its worth. You've got yourself a deal, idiot.
This guy's
Now
voice
I can sell it
lines.
for 5 times its worth. You drive a hard bargain. You've got yourself a deal, idiot. Now I can sell it for 5 times its worth. Just take your trinkets and go.
What a piece of shit.
You are like a dark gift from the Night Mother herself.
Yes, dearest brother? Is there something I can help you with? Know what I'd do? Talk to Phalion. Learn who he is. Maybe then you can lead him to a secluded place. Then, when you're alone, you know. Good luck, brother. I hope you don't get killed. I mean, well, you know.
I feel like luring him to a secluded place would work better for her than it would for me, but yeah, I should have done like a fucking Jackie Chan hand-to-hand monk puncher. I feel like if I play Skyrim, that's gonna be what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be a fucking puncher.
My name is Carwin. Remember, I'll be rich and famous one day.
Okay.
Phelan, yes, I know who he is, but I'm really not in the habit of discussing such things with strangers.
What if I gave you some money?
Well, isn't that? I appreciate the gesture. That will get you something. Thank you. Thank you. How kind. Phelan, you say? Why, yes, I know who he is. Rather distasteful fellow, actually. I believe he lives at the Tiber Septim Hotel. That's in the Talos Plaza district.
He lives in a hotel.
Imperial City. I'd ask around there if I were you.
What the fuck?
Good day.
Guy's rich, dude.
You have my ear, citizen.
And Sacred Lotus? I didn't even know these were harvestable. What do those do? Resist frost. Oh.
Speak.
Nah. The upstairs alone in his hotel room right now? Hi.
Phelan, dear Phelan, why must you ruin both our lives?
What?
Yes, good sir. How may I help you? Phelan? He's my sweet, my true love. But I don't know why I'm telling this to you. I mean, we hardly know each other and all.
What?
Phelan?
I'm gonna give you money too.
I'll take what a thank you. How thank you. Every little bit helps. Please, I don't mean to get emotional, but I feel I can trust you. I just don't know what to do about it.
Trust is easily bought in this game.
All he cares about is skooma. He was a fine young man once.
Skooma?
But he's lost everything. His looks, his money, his self-respect.
I got some skooma.
I followed him a few times to see where he goes. He walks around the city looking for skooma. And then he goes to Lorkmir's house for several hours. It's in the Elfin Gardens district. I think the house is deserted. That's why he goes there. So he can escape from life and do his skooma. Thank you for listening. You're a good friend.
Oh, you're welcome.
I just hope my sweet Phelan can clean himself up, or that awful skooma will be the death of him.
I'm totally not going to be responsible for your distant lover's death.
Bye.
What's this guy killed anyway? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, if he's just a skooma addict, it's kind of weird that Someone wants him killed, unless he like owes money. He probably owes someone money for fucking drugs. That's probably what it is, dude.
Speak.
Okay, here we are in the crack den. Crack den seems to be empty. Anyone doing crack in here? Ooh. That was not me. Oh, we got some skooma here. What time of day is it? 6 a.m. I think if I wait till like the evening, he'll be here. Or like 2:30. Think he'll like show up. Oh, there he is.
Hey, what are you doing here? You're not my friend. What? You know what do you want? Sleep? But nah, no, I'm not tired. Not tired right now. I have lots of, energy. The skooma, I can feel it in my veins. Ha!
Brother. It makes me want to try skooma. I don't know what. He's having a good time. I don't know what he's doing in this other guy's house when the guy's dead in the basement. There's like there's some lore here that I'm missing, where the guy's doing fucking drugs in an empty house, where there's a dead guy in the basement. I wonder if it's on the wiki. Lorkmir was a Nord warrior who lived in the Elven Garden district. He's been slain in his basement by what appears to be foul play. The exact circumstances of his violent death can only be guessed at. And now Phelan has taken over his house as his personal skooma den. When you talk to Phelan and ask about his special place, he'll hint at Lockmere and his fate. Lockmere he ain't around no more. He, I use his house. Here's a key for you. You can come whenever you want. Okay then. If you resurrect Lockmere using console commands, he will adopt a schedule of worshipping in the Bruma Chapel, wandering around the Geralview Inn and the rest of the town, and then returning to his house to sleep. Interesting. So we don't actually know anything about this guy other than probably fucking Balian murdered his ass. I wonder what, if probably like somebody, probably the person who wants this Falian guy dead is like related to this Lorkmere guy, I would guess. Okay, I can go through here now. It's faster.
The High Elf Phalian now swims in the maelstrom of darkness at the feet of our dread father, Sithis, and there were no witnesses to your handiwork. Because of the discretion you exercised, Captain Philida will not suspect the Dark Brotherhood was involved and will not meddle in our affairs. Here is your reward and bonus. Both have been well earned. Go now and rest, and may the Night Mother guard your dreams. I have another contract when you're ready, one that will rely on your ability to remain fully undetected.
Yeah, about that.
Scartail is a traitor to Argonia and a blight upon Tamriel. Kill him, as my brother requests, and we will be forever in your debt. I've heard some talk. Far to the west, there lives a fierce warlord and his company of loyal mercenaries. Your target is the warlord. Do you accept this contract? Excellent. Now listen closely. Nestled in the mountains to the west lies Fort Scotch. It is the home of the warlord Roderick and his mercenaries. Roderick has recently taken ill. He now lies in eternal slumber, kept alive only by the daily administration of a powerful medicine. You must infiltrate Fort Scotch, find Roderick's medicine, and replace it with a poisoned bottle I will provide, but you must remain undetected. Whomever arranged this contract wants it to look like Roderick died from his illness, so discretion is essential. Attack no one. Be seen by no one. If you are detected, the poisoning will fail, and Roderick must be killed in some other manner. That will, of course, forfeit your bonus.
Yeah, undetected, eh? I don't know about that. Shadow Hunt. That is not the kind of weapon I would ever use. All the way the fuck out here.
Excuse me, sister. Can you spare a moment?
Does my gear need like repairing? A little bit. Not a lot.
Of course. What troubles you?
Oh, my glassware is here. They found it. They found the place, you know. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, so it was. Yeah, I think I have like 40 hours. I'll have like 40 hours after today. So I don't have nearly as many as you do, but I did play the original though. I don't know if you ever played the original, but I spent a good amount of time on the original as well. But that was like, I don't know, at least 12 years ago, maybe maybe longer. Thousands, holy. I don't know how many it says I have on Steam for the original. Because I have 75 hours on the original. It's not that many. Skyrim? No. Skyrim missed me. I think I do own Skyrim, but I have not very many hours on it. Like, it's kind of weird because I bought Skyrim the day it came out, but something about that game kind of missed me. It actually says I have 56 hours on Skyrim, which, I mean, that's more than I thought I had, to be honest. Original CD and guide? Yeah, I was later to the party than that. 2006 is like sat prime in World of Warcraft peak era, right? So I wasn't touching games like this at that time. Hey Cap, how's it going? I basically skipped most strong single player games that came out since like 2003. I've skipped them. The fact that I put in some amount of hours on Oblivion is almost surprising. There's a gate this way. Busy day ahead. Unlucky. Do I want to go do this, or do I want to just do the gate? How much time do I have? A little bit. Maybe we'll just go do the gate. I get the feeling I'm not gonna do that that quest undetected. I feel like that's not gonna happen. Meeting starting at 10 and ending at 1. Then 3 to 4. Multiple meetings, eh? Wait, where's the gate? Why does it say there's a gate right here? Am I blind? What the fuck? Did I already do this gate? I want to become a trade worker, no meetings. Yeah, I mean, probably some of them don't have any meetings. Maybe I already did this gate. I have at least one meeting a day. It's not very long. It's usually like 20 minutes. But there was a period last winter where I did 2 meetings a day. And the second one was the most useless and the longest. It was like probably like 30 or 40 minutes. And after doing that for like 4 months, they decided it was a waste of time. So, I mean, at least they figured that out. Yeah, like I have a meeting at the start of the shift that basically is like, what the fuck's going on today? And then I used to have a meeting in the middle of the shift that would say, like, what's going on right now? But I'm not technically a trade worker, so it's not the same. Like this guy already seen me. So like, like we might as well just fuck it. Like there's no way this character is gonna go in here and do this completely stealth. That's just not gonna happen. Had no meetings and could really focus on what you needed to. Yeah. Not with that attitude? Yeah, that's my attitude though. I'm not changing it. I'm gonna go up here and murder this guy's ass. Nope. That doesn't go where I thought it would. I gotta go all the way the fuck around to his bed. I mean, yeah, the fact that there was a guy right at the door, there's just no way. Alright, Roderick. I mean, we got it done. That's all that matters. We got it done. In his sleep, yeah. The quest is supposed to be, well, in order to earn the bonus on this quest, you're supposed to go in here, not get seen by anybody, and replace this guy's medicine bottle with a poison bottle so that he dies. So like you're not supposed to like get detected at all. And then someone's supposed to give him his medicine and then he dies because it's poison. There's a trapdoor outside. Yeah, but I was gonna get seen. Like, where does it come in at? My character's stealth is like dog shit. Yeah, the unfortunate part with this game is like the difficulty I'm on feels too easy, but the next difficulty up feels impossible. So it's kind of like, and to be fair though, those guys had like steel items on, like that. Like my character's wearing like ebony and shit. Like not even close. Where's the trap door? I don't even see where that would come in at. I guess I didn't like ask my guy, my like teammates or whatever what to do. The other ones were not so bad because they were like, oh, just do it without killing any guards. That's fine. Like, they see you and you just run away from them. But with this one, it was like you can't get seen. So I think if it's like I can't get seen, it's like pretty much impossible. Like, these guys are wearing fucking iron. Like, I don't really know what... I guess this quest doesn't scale very well. Like, these guys have, like, shitty items on. Is this the trapdoor? Yeah, there's just, like, no way. There's no way like, there's even a person right here. There's just no way that I was gonna be getting in here without getting seen. Might miss the tasting today. Have a good one if you end before I get done. Yeah, we're doing the Scotch Infinity today, I'm sure. I think you remember. That's the plan anyway. Oh, I got the Copitas too. The Copitas, I just got them. Love that mace. Yeah, I don't, I haven't gotten a chance to upgrade it in a while. I kind of feel like like, if I got another ebony mace, I have some sigil stones that would give it a better frost enchant. But at this point, it's like hard. Like, I haven't dropped anything that's ebony in a while, and I think it's just because I've been doing like quests. I haven't like been going and finding guys that have gear. I've been stuck on this mace for 10 or 20 hours or something. Not that it's bad, but... Hey, you. Cat is here.
Hi there.
Hi. Yeah, we'll open these Capitas in a second. I also didn't, I didn't actually, like, document this Scotch Infinity bottle, so either I'll have to do that right now, or I'll have to do it later. I don't actually have the data of what's in it, or what the ABV is or anything. I realized just now that I was like, I'm gonna write down this bottle's details later, and then I just never did it. So that's a thing I would do. I don't fucking have any time. Probably should have did it last night, but I just went to bed because I was fucking exhausted. It's probably better that I'm not falling asleep in the middle of the stream. I assume you guys would prefer that.
Unfortunately, the same is not true of the client who arranged this contract. You were to avoid detection and kill Roderick by means of poison, yet you failed to follow these parameters.
Oh well.
Here is your reward, minus any bonus. It would seem you and Gogren share a similar...
Sleep stream? Is that allowed these days? I thought that was, like, questionable if that was allowed or not. 100%. It used to be you weren't allowed to do that. It has a category? I thought the category was the name of a game. They just commandeered it.
So, are you ready to mingle with the doomed house guests?
Unfortunately, it's a thing. Yeah, there's like no chance I would ever do a sleep stream.
Do you like parties? Because you've been invited to one. Of course, you'll be killing all the other guests. Are you ready to attend? Splendid. You need to go to the city of Skingrad, to the large house known as Summit Mist Manor. There, you will meet up with 5 very unlucky guests. In order to receive your bonus,
What do you got there, darling? We're just looking.
If anyone
Moves to get ya?
murder, the bonus is forfeit.
You got an ouchie right there.
There is a chest of gold hidden in the house, and have agreed to be locked
No,
inside
not right. It's there's 2 issues with it. this needs an adapter to hold it, and that's not here yet. And it's a completely different configuration, so I have to spend like a day to configure it.
As everyone expects. When all the guests lie dead, you will be free to leave. Now go. See the doorman at Summit Miss Manor. He will explain the rest. Have fun.
Yeah, I just went and got them like a few minutes ago. Who done it? I didn't pay attention to what this chick was saying, but that's okay.
Your family member.
Wait, what is this? What weapon does this guy have?
Mother wrap you in her cold, loving embrace.
It's purple. Purple's like burden. It's like makes them weigh more and shit, I think. Alright, let's kill that. But yeah, the main benefit of that change is I shouldn't have any need to filter it through NVIDIA Broadcast anymore. Because that thing is like made to completely eliminate mechanical sounds. That's part of why everyone uses it. All right. But it's gonna sound completely like the settings for the gain and everything and the like gates and everything have to be completely changed and adjusted. But it's like kind of stupid, like most microphones that you get, the like piece here that like attaches into like the arm is a female end, but like for some reason, this one, you can't see it really, but this one has a male end here for some unknown reason. And this one is female up here. So like, it's like opposite of every other. I don't know why this came like this. It's supposed to be a hole on this end of this thing. And when you get this microphone, normally it is. But for some reason mine came with a male end. So I need an adapter to switch it around for it to even be able to go inside this stand or this like boom for some reason. I mean, it's too late for that. I've had this for like ever, right? I got this before I started streaming again. Like this is I bought this over a year ago. But it's like doesn't make any sense. If you order just the microphone, this part comes female, and if you order just the boom arm, this part comes male because that's what you need for like the most universal. But I ordered both of them together. So they sent me them opposite for some fucking reason. The arm is male and the microphone, or the arm is female and the microphone is male. when every microphone you buy is female. So I had to go to them and be like, what the fuck? And they're like, well, you can buy an adapter for $10 that will screw into here to convert the stand into a male end. Okay, I guess you got me. I guess I got for $10. Like why did this happen? I don't know. Why do they even make them this way? I'm not sure. Like, almost no microphone is got a male end. Like, pretty much none of them. I have no idea. But I also had to buy an adapter because this is 1/4 and that one is 5/8, because almost every microphone is 5/8. Except for like prosumer gear, which is like 1/4. But that one is like an actual pro, not a prosumer item. So, yeah, we'll get to that probably this weekend. The adapters are supposed to come in tomorrow with UPS, so hopefully that guy doesn't fuck it up. But it's just like, I've had enough, like, of a piss off with this shit. Between, like, the only reason I have the filter to begin with, and the reason why the filter is, like, being shit, like, I'm having to deal with the filter be shit, is because I needed the filter to begin with. And the only reason I needed the filter to begin with is because there's too much mechanical sound produced by this microphone. And this microphone needs a shock mount. Most microphones that are like this, they take a shock mount. Because when you fucking move shit around, it makes horrible sounds. It's like when I try to adjust it, when it's near my face, it makes a horrible noise. So like the filter helps that, because right now it's filtered, but it still sounds pretty like bad. So you're supposed to have a shock mount for microphones like this. Most microphones, you see people using them, they have a shock mount, like around it, like bungee cords and stuff. But they don't make a shock mount for this. One doesn't exist. And they're like, well, we'll let a third party, this is what they said, we'll let a third party develop a shock mount for this product. They have a shock mount for their condenser microphone, but not for their dynamic microphone. So I was like, well, what can I do? And then one guy found a way to like jury rig this microphone to a shock mount that's not made for it. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. It looked like shit. So I found a software solution, right? Is to filter the thing. And the software solution has been causing issues. So now I'm like, okay, so now I had a problem before. I fixed the problem with software, and now the software is causing more problems. And the ultimate solution is to just get something that doesn't have these problems. So it's like one of those pieces of equipment where like they pretty much never break. Like this microphone's never going to break. Like dynamic microphones, they just don't break. So it's not like I'm going to sit here and use this one until it dies and get a new one. It's just a matter of like, you know, depending on how serious you want to play the game, you know, you spend the money or you don't. Because like dynamic microphones have like no moving parts. They just don't break. You getting into that? Well, the intention was to show it on camera, not your fat butt. Anyway, yeah. So here's the Glen Copita. So obviously we're gonna have to wash these to use them, but this is essentially for the most part what they used before the Glen was even like invented. But nowadays Glen also produces them. So we'll at least get one that's like pretty reasonable quality level. They're quite thin looking. Red Bull is going to taste fantastic out of that, yeah. So they are kind of like, again, they have that shape where the aromas kind of get like concentrated going up, but they're not so bulbous at the bottom. And of course, this one is kind of like more like swirlyable, if that makes any sense. You could probably more easily swirl shit with this. Of course, when you think about the Richard Patterson, he's also always using these Copitas. So if that's like the glass that you think of when you think of that Richard Patterson video where he's like, you know, pour some, swirl it around, throw it out. That's this is the glass that they use for that he recommends using at the time of that video, right? And again, they call it a nosing glass because at the end of the day, again, once the liquid's in your mouth, it doesn't actually matter what the glass was that it came out of. This is only for like a different olfactory experience. And I think they still use these. I think they still use, a lot of master blenders still use these because they're kind of like more, I don't know, more traditional maybe. I'm not sure. But again, we're going to continue to use the Glens as much as possible because those are the ones that the majority of people are going to use. But we have another option here. To try. I don't know if I'll end up like preferring these or not, but at the very least we'll have them to pitch against. And of course for non-alcoholic stuff, it's kind of like a better like kind of looks weird when I put it down like this, like almost like it's bent, but it seems fine. Almost like you can see liquid better out of this because there's like a better shape to it. Straight out of the bottle, too lazy to pour. Yeah, we don't do that. Too lazy to clean my glass. Yeah, I figure I can understand. I can understand your perspective. We'll put it that way. I can understand your perspective. But of course, when you're going for an aromatic experience, you can't do that. Of course, like I said, as soon as the liquid is out of whatever vessel you're using, it doesn't really matter. So if you just want the flavor, it doesn't make any difference. But especially if you're going to assess the color and the aroma, you need glassware, unfortunately. So I did get 4 of these, which that way we have like enough to like pour a few things if we want to use them. So probably what we're going to do is, again, when we do caffeine in the mornings, we'll probably use one of these. And also probably what we'll do is we'll do a couple sessions where, like, you know, we'll take like a bourbon cask whiskey and pour it in like a Copita and a Glen and just kind of see if the difference is. And then maybe, you know, we'll try a heavily sherried whiskey and do the same thing to kind of see, like, hey, what are the things that get amplified by the differences in the glassware? Like maybe with sherry, the, like, I don't know, spicy part is more apparent on the Copita, and maybe the dried fruit's more apparent on the Glen. I don't know. I'm just gonna just an example. There might be differences based on glass shape that depend on what kind of flavor profile the whiskey has. So like we'll try it with like a bourbon barrel one and like a sherried one and a smoky one and stuff like that. You think there will be a difference? I don't know. There is some amount of research done by a company who produces a glass called the Neat glass. I don't know if you've ever heard of this thing, but they are obviously in the business of trying to convince you that they have superior glassware. But this is what they call the neat glass, the neat elite in this case. And they have some sort of idea that basically this glass shape, what it does is this wide, that looks awful to drink out of. Yeah. Basically the idea is this wide brim that they have at the top. What happens is the aromas get concentrated at this kind of like mid-hourglass part. But when you go to assess the aroma, the alcohol exits all around the outside of this brim so that it's less presence of alcohol in the nosing experience. And I can't remember I'll see if I can find the exact little thing they did. They did some kind of study basically of a bunch of different glassware. See if I can find it. And they had all kinds of different like facts about like, hey, like in the Glen, it's like in the Glen, these sorts of notes are stronger. And they were like, but they were done by like a machine detecting aromas or something like that. Like it was like very scientific about it. See if I don't know if I can find it, but but it was basically the kind of thing that was like, hey, you know, in this glass, these kind of notes are more present, and in this glass, these kinds of notes are more present, but I don't know if I can find it. Because apparently this glass concept is designed by science. Buy one of those too? Yeah, we could. I don't know if I can find the one I was looking at. Oh, I think this is it. Yeah, so it's like they basically had all these like types of aromas that they did some kind of scientific way of evaluating this, and then they have the different glass types. So it's like this sensory engineered glass, that's the one that like they're selling, and the tulip shaped glass, that's like the Glen, and the snifter glass, that's like this one. And it's like, if it's blue, it's like low, and if it's like yellow, it's high. So it's like, when they looked at this, it's like, well, there's lots of blue in their glass too, right? So it had like, for example, like their research was saying like, for wood aromas, it's actually worse in their glass, but best in one of these glasses. So like fresh oak, charred oak, smoke, phenolic, leather, tobacco, grains, and ethanol, floral, and nasal burn. Those are all the most prominent in a glass like this, apparently. So like the woody, smoky leather tobacco things are apparently stronger in a glass like this. I don't know what the accuracy is of this research, but this is just what they've put out. And then the traditional Glen is like down the middle in most of these things. And then like their proprietary like mead glass was better for all these like fruity and sweet notes. So their glass would like play up the fruity sweet aspects and play down the like woody, phenolic, smoky aspects. But also it's like their ethanol and nasal burn were like the lowest. That's like what they're trying to like advertise, right? Hey, this glass has the least amount of like burn because the way the alcohol exits through the sides of the glass lip or something like that. Some kind of research to do with that. Whereas if you look at like the other two glass types, it's almost double as much nasal burn, and almost double or more as much ethanol smell, because like all the aromas are concentrated, even the alcohols, in one direction, whereas theirs, like the aromas come up the middle and then the alcohols like go out the sides or something like that. So under this logic, still though, even if we just ignore this weird glass that they're advertising, the idea is at least this Copita would probably be, compared to the Glen, less on the like fruity and sweet and spicy aromas, and more on the like deeper aromas like the coffee, oak, phenolic, smoke, leather, tobacco, grain. That would be more present in the Copita rather than the Glen, assuming you believe what they've written here. So maybe. Which in some ways means that your favorite smoky whiskey actually gets smokier, maybe, if you drink it out of this. But yeah, these obviously have to go washed, so... But yeah, for the most part, we want to use these. For the most part, we want to use these because most people use these. So we want to try to detect aromas the way that most people would. So that's why we'll use these for the most part. But even if I end up liking the Copitas better, we'll be using Glens for the most part anyway. Monkey 47, yeah. What's going on with my chat thing? How come it's not? Hold on. I tried to get rid of YouTube out of the like chat thing, and now it's gone completely. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. And the only reason I wanted to get rid of YouTube out of it is it kept like regurgitating shit. And YouTube chatters are weird. A little bit. Hello? Okay, I think we're back. All right, so like I was saying earlier, I didn't actually, I kind of forgot to document everything that went in this, but basically it's almost every Scotch that I own. I just don't know exactly where it cuts off. I don't know if there's going to be an easy way for me to fix this real quick. Like, obviously we didn't put anything that's closed in here. Or anything that was open recently. So like an infinity bottle, yes. I have several. I'm just fixing our blue spot because our blue spot is open now, so I put that as open on our spreadsheet. So we got several infinity bottles, and except for this one, because I fucked up and didn't make this one properly, all of our bottles here are in this spreadsheet. And of course, I still owe you a drop bee's knees, and I owe a cap a drop in this one. So this one here is the community infinity, which anytime you sub, you get your own contribution to this one. And so that's like the main, if you click on that link, that's like the main bottle that's in there. So then the second one I have is this one. So this one's all bourbon. So if you click on the bourbon tab, this one is all the bourbons that's in there. And then the Irish one is this one. So now that they're right here, the only way I can tell them apart is I know this one is Scotch, and the one that's slightly empty is Community. The bourbon one is darker, and the Irish one is lighter, because I'm an idiot and haven't labeled them yet. Yeah, I owe you one, and I owe Cap one too, and I probably owe Ben one, to be honest. But I try to ask when you guys sub, and then like if you don't answer, then I kind of just like let it go. But yeah, I do owe you one. Do you like them more or less than a single bottle? It depends on the like tasting of it. So like this Irish one, I've had drams out of this Irish one that were really good. And some of them are better or worse. It kind of depends on like that tasting of it. It's kind of weird. Like this bourbon one has gone through phases where at one point this was my favorite bourbon that I owned, and at other points it felt like it was shit. Like it felt like because we change these all the time, right? I drink some out of it and I add some in or whatever. But there's times where I've tried this bourbon one and it was like, yeah, this one sucks. It's got no flavor and it's woody. And then we would make like a few changes, and then like it would all of a sudden become like one of my favorite bourbons again. So it kind of like comes down to like the bourbons inside, how they like meld and interact with each other to create something completely unique. Sometimes it turns out really well, and sometimes it turns out shit. But they're kind of like an ever-evolving project that we always get to try something new and different that you can never get at the store. Afraid I would create something I don't like and it'll ruin a bunch of bottles. Yeah, so to me, the truth of the matter is I have more whiskey than I know what to do with. So, And I don't put a whole lot in at a time. So like right now we'll put some Redbreast 12 in this community bottle, but I only put in 15 milliliters at a time. So when you do the math, that's roughly 1/50th of a bottle at American size, or 1/46th of a bottle at European size. So I have so many bottles of whiskey that I can very liberally take a 50th out of a bottle, and that's not a problem. Because that's how we created this Scotch one. Again, I took 50 Scotches and took 15 milliliters of each. That's how we ended up with this one. Pouring an entire bottle into it, yeah. So the only one that I ever had like large portions in was the Irish one, and the bourbon one when they were first made. This was like early in my collection. So the bourbon one and the Irish one do have some that have like over 100 milliliters, I think. Not the bourbon one anymore, but the Irish one does. Because like when I made my first Irish Infinity bottle, I literally took like a third of a bottle of Jameson cask made stout edition and poured it in, and like a third of a bottle of like Bushmills 10-year-old and like poured it in to get them started. But now I have so much liquid around that I don't have to do that anymore. Like again, this bottle was completely made out of taking 15 milliliters of different bottles of Scotch. That's how many different bottles of Scotch I just happen to have open around. So I don't have to worry about like destroying a bottle over it. It's kind of more of a piece by piece thing. It's up to about 25 bottles of whiskeys, and I'm trying to get through some of them before buying more. Yeah, and that makes sense if you're a sane individual. I'm not. Some people are worried, like, hey, like if I have a bottle open for a really long time, it's gonna like maybe not taste the same, and I'm not worried about that. That's all part of the adventure for me. And some people are like, well, you know, I don't want to be like a hoarder, and I'm like, well, I'm a hoarder, so I try to keep everything organized now. It's organized hoarding. It's not like hoarders on TLC or whatever. But it's still pretty bad. I can't see chat right now. Adria's butt's in the way. Hi, are you chewing on my funnel? All right. Yeah, you got your little hairs all over the funnel, on the outside at least. We don't want to have to filter this shit. I had to filter the bourbon barrel, or the bourbon Infinity one time. I had to run it through a filter because I found 2 Mosley hairs inside. So bourbon Infinity has had some extra spice involved into it. Gives it character, yeah. I mean, it can't go bad. It's like, I don't know. It's like 100 proof or some shit, isn't it? Yeah, it's 100 proof. Anyway, yeah, some Redbreast 12 for a friend, Bee's Knees. Again, this is 40% alcohol, single pot still, Irish whiskey, bourbon and sherry cask, maturation. And we'll just, again, eyeball about 15 milliliters. And our mini Glen. Like this one? To me, it's a little tame. It's a little soft for me. I kind of would like if it was proofed up a little bit. But, A lot of people like it, that's for sure. It's very popular. Alright, and that goes. And then we'll add that to our spreadsheet. But yeah, if you haven't seen like my cabinetry and shit, there's like there's like a whole cabinet right there. That whole thing is all whiskey. And there's another one right there. That is that wooden one. That's also whiskey. So those are all organized alphabetically by region in there. So they're roughly organized. But it's a very, you know, very standardized solution so that when we acquire more, we'll just buy another black cabinet and then we'll have two. All right. Whoop. So let's go edit. Our one above. Oh, and yeah, so that's the list of everything. If you haven't seen the list of everything, that's the list of everything. And each of those bottles, you can click on it, and there's a picture. And that thing is growing by the day. I suppose. I find it difficult to find American whiskeys. So not only can you not, can you have a hard time acquiring them, technically you cannot acquire them. If we're being honest. So every government liquor agency in Canada no longer purchases U.S. alcohol and no longer sells on the shelf the ones that they already had prior to tariff at the time. So if you go to my local government liquor store, there is 0 American whiskey because they have some, but they will not sell it. They have decided to no longer sell it. And that's true of every liquor agency in the country, except for British Columbia, which British Columbia will still sell American whiskey from Democrat states, but no longer sells whiskey from Republican states. That's their innovation on. That's their innovative take on the idea. Is they only ban the sales of whiskey from red states, and you can still acquire American whiskey from Alberta independent retailers, but the way Alberta essentially works is the government imports all the liquor and then distributes it to independent retailers to sell at in whatever way they choose. So the Alberta government no longer acquires any American whiskey, but independent retailers are still allowed to sell whatever American whiskey they already had. So you can still readily availably get bourbon and American whiskeys from Alberta retailers, provided they still have some in stock. They don't get anything new, and once their stock runs out, they'll no longer have any. But you can still get like Jack Daniels and whatever from Alberta retailers for now. I really like what you've done with that sheet and the spirit reviews in Discord. Very nice. Yeah, so that sheet, it's getting better. I feel like it kind of like when I get time to improve on stuff, I improve on it. And I still have a bunch of spirit reviews in Discord that have to be put into Discord, but it's something I'm working on. There's like 6 or 8 reviews that are not in Discord, but if you want the written notes, my written notes, so basically what happens is when I do a Discord review, I end up having to rewatch my own VOD, and I try to type notes that I've said live into the Discord sheet for it. So if you want like the text version of the notes that I gave for a bottle without having to watch the video, they're all available on the Discord review section. You travel to the US and bring it back, probably not worth just bringing back one bottle or whatever the max is. You can. The weird thing about Canada is kind of depending on what province you're coming back into, it's more or less annoying. So for example, technically in New Brunswick, you can't really bring back very much of anything. But the rule is 2 containers, basically. Like you can get 2 containers duty free. So you could go and buy 2 bottles of bourbon and bring them back, and that would kind of be okay. But after those 2 containers duty free, the duties are stupid. They're very high, and they're based off of just 1 bottle per person coming into Ontario. Interesting. I thought it was 2 everywhere in the country for. Maybe I'm thinking about federal excise tax duties, not provincial. I'm not versed in like the provincial shit for Ontario, because technically the New Brunswick rule is 1 container. But I think federally, you can have 2 containers before the excise duty tax kicks in. Or 1 case of beer. Yeah, I think for us in New Brunswick, it was 1 container of spirits, 2 bottles of wine, or 8 cans of beer, I think was the rule. And technically still is. But in Alberta, it was like you pretty much just had to pay like $10 per bottle, and you could bring as many as you wanted or some dumb shit like that. But then, like, I know in Canada there's a federal excise tax, and it's the amount of tax you pay is based on how much alcohol is in the bottle. It's not based on container or price. It's based on alcohol in the bottle. So in theory, if you bring back like something that's 100 proof, it's more tax than if you bring back something that's 80 proof. So if you brought back cask strength whiskey, it would be more expensive for federal duties. But the nice part about, at least in New Brunswick, is they're getting rid of this liquor importation rule for purposes of traveling between provinces, because ours was really bad. But because of the tariff thing, they're like trying to get rid of trade barriers and stuff. So in New Brunswick, at least, we're pretty close to royal assent of the change to liquor control, which basically says that I can buy alcohol anywhere in Canada and bring it back home in any size or no conditions, which is the case in Alberta, but is not the case in Ontario. If you're from Ontario, you probably know that LICBO doesn't let you technically buy outside of the province. I think there's currently a provision that lets you buy from a direct producer outside of the province until 2026, but there's still, you're really not supposed to go to like even Manitoba and buy something, or Quebec and buy something and bring it home. You just get 1 bottle, I think. So I'm glad that that's changing for us, and hopefully it'll also change for Ontario given due time. But yeah, we're going to try some of this Scotch Infinity. So again, on that big list, there is a bunch of different scotches, and pretty much anything that's not in blue there, I'm pretty sure ended up in this bottle. Except I don't think Aberfeldy 21 is in here. Ardbeg Spectacular is not in here. But I'm pretty sure that Balvenie 14-year-old Week of Peat is in here. So it's pretty much every scotch there except for the Ardbeg Spectacular and the ones in blue and the Aberfeldy 21. So this is a mix of fruity and malty and smoky and everything. It's got a bit of everything. So I'm not going to add anything to replace my dram today because I want to like get this one written up into the Infinity Bottles sheet properly and then just subtract one dram rather than kind of like make a confusing calculation out of it. But we'll at least do a little tasting here. So I'm kind of curious. Again, this has been married for like a month or something like that, or at least. So I'm kind of curious how like smoky this is going to end up being. Again, because there's a shit ton of smoky Scotch in here. So that's our color. That's the color we ended up at after we blended literally everything. So it's like a good gold. It's not super dark, but it's not pale. It's a ubiquitous kind of generic whiskey color, I suppose. And now I would guess that this is probably slightly under 100 proof. It's probably like around 46% alcohol. That would make sense, but I'm not 100% sure. It's probably in that like mid 40s range. We'll get an exact number on it when I make the sheet up, but ooh, I can smell some peat. I can smell peat right now. This is gonna be a wild one, maybe. That, or it's gonna just be so peated. It's gonna be over peated. It might just be like dominated. It'll be like peat dominated. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. It is quite peaty, but kind of in a strange way. So let's give some. So immediately, we'll say like tobacco smoke, chocolate, some grassy character in there, some earthiness, but we got some like dried kind of sherry notes peeking through. It's kind of nice. I'm liking this so far. I think it's pretty good. The palate might be a wash though. Sometimes that nose is deceptive. It's like, how would we put it? It's smokier than like Johnny Black. It's probably smokier than Ben Romack, but not by very much. Like, it kind of feels like we're in that like 15 to 20 ppm world. Like medium smoky, like less smoky than Talisker, but more smoky than Highland Park, if that makes any sense. But there's a good amount of sherry notes kind of peeking out. Some like nice kind of sweet dried raisin. Man, it's almost like barbecued raisins. That's kind of like where I want to go with this. It kind of feels like barbecued raisins. It feels like a smoky sherried Scotch, like, but not like the sherried Lafroig. It's kind of more dry and less medicinal. It would kind of be like, I can get behind barbecued raisins. It kind of feels like if you took the Talisker and put a heavy sherry finish on it. That's kind of what it feels like for me. Yeah, like a heavily sherried Talisker. We should get some Talisker Distiller's Edition. I don't know if that's available near me, but I think... isn't that one sherried? Or is that PX? Oh, Talisker Distiller's Edition is Amoroso cask. I've never had an Amoroso cask. Just kidding. That's not what I thought it was. Amoroso cask. We should get that anyway. If we're being honest. Yeah, this feels like a Talisker with a heavy, like entirely matured in Oloroso sherry butt or something like that. There's definitely like some peaty phenolics, like a little bit of that kind of grassy peat earthiness is in there. But you're also in that like dried fruit raisin date thing. And like once in a while, you'll get a peek at something a little juicier. The smokiness is coming across a little bit lactic too. I'm getting some, like, also some malty character, like hay. Seems really good. That's where we're going to put this. I need to take a sip. We're in that place where we can talk about a nose forever. Nose is pretty damn fucking good at this point. It's a smoky whiskey with sherry components, but the complexity's not lost on it. Somehow I don't understand how blended malt can't be this interesting, because I feel like I'm an amateur and I'm blending malts at home and I end up with something this interesting. How come they can't bottle something like this? Maybe I need to get into the business of blended malts. Scotch Infinity on the palate. Slancheva. Huh. That's so weird. So palate's not very good. You get into the palate and it's like smoky and peaty and earthy, but that's like it. Like there's like a grassy, earthy peat note, a smoke note. And that's like mostly it. Like it's pretty tame on the palate. The mouth feels pretty good though. Like, is that old gamer peat? No, it's whiskey. Yeah, the mouth feels pretty nice. Like it actually is pretty smooth on the palate. I actually like the mouthfeel. It's not watery, but it's lacking flavor. It's kind of mostly peat flavors on the palate. Again, that smoke, earthiness, some grassiness. But you go into the finish and you get this spike, this spike of cacophony of different weird flavors. You get an initial spice hit, the smoke and peat are in there. You get some dried fruit. The barrel's available. The finish is actually pretty decent. Pretty loud, pretty good. Not terribly long. Medium length, maybe. Have you tried Old Smoky Blue Flame Moonshine? No, I've never had an Old Smoky product. Nothing so far has attracted me to moonshine, but maybe we'll try it someday. I don't know. I mostly do things that are barrel aged right now, but that doesn't have to stay that way. I do have some gins and stuff like that that are not barrel aged, but I've never had moonshine, so maybe someday I'll expand to that, but I've never had it. Yeah, it's something. I feel like this is a hit. It's pretty good on the nose and finish. The palate is like, the palate feels blended Isla Scotchy, like generic peated palate. But it's pretty nice on the finish. It's like the bookends are good, but the palate needs work. That like heavily sherried component is just not there on the palate. Oh, the nose is lovely though. Yeah, some of that sweet maple bacon kind of protein thing. 128 proof straight corn liquor. Yeah, I've never had straight corn liquor. I've had plenty of corn whiskeys though. 128. So that's like 128 is like the same proof as like it's hot, but I have a couple whiskeys that are around that proof. It's like that proof that's like slightly hotter than I would prefer. That's not quite hazmat. You'd have to really get some good flavor for 128 to be like tasty, because I know it's not aged. My favorite bottle that's that high a proof is 14 years old. So you have like a good amount of age on that to like tamper some of that like rough edges that you would have like coming off the still. So if it's moonshine, that might be like a lot harsher than the similar proofed whiskey that I have. It's definitely a hot proof. Yeah, the phenolics are pretty good. The nose seems never ending. Like, this is a nose I would probably give over 20 points to. And we'll try this palette again, but I feel like this is a palette that I would give less than 16 points to. Good spike of flavor on the finish, though. Again, it's like a bunch of things, rapid fire. Spice, oak, sweetness, peat. Some dried raisin. Some raisin. Yeah, finish is definitely maybe like medium minus, slightly low. Yeah, so like for me, it's like the nose is hitting on this, the palate's not hitting so well. Finish is pretty good. Like if I was to like throw numbers at this, the mouthfeel's not bad. I'd probably say like, you know, like over 20 on the aroma, like less than 16 on the palate, and the finish is like maybe like 17, like in that like mid-teens area, and the mouth feels like maybe like a 6. I don't know what score that ends up being, but it's not like insanely good. But man, for a mix of 50 different scotches, it's pretty tasty. It's not bad. Like if I bought a bottle of blended Isla Scotch and it turned out something like this, I guess it depends on the price, but I wouldn't be disappointed. Looking to find a sipper, just having trouble finding my own taste. Yeah, so depends on what you've tried. Probably if you're looking for a sipper, I would not go for moonshine personally, but everyone has their own their own preference. I personally prefer Scotch, and I have a certain affinity for peated Scotch, so very smoky, earthy proteins, especially. I like protein or like hickory smoke kind of flavors. Those are my favorite with Scotch. But I'm having a somewhat of a challenge with some of these rums. I'm starting to get into some really funky rums that have some pretty wild flavors in them, and those are kind of exciting. So really like high quality rum is kind of like getting my attention a little bit, but I do love especially smoky Scotch or Scotch that's kind of got like a bit of an avant-garde edge to it, like Craig Gelleke has like a certain sulfury, oily aspect that no other distillate has. It kind of depends on kind of like what you've had before and kind of like what kind of flavors you might prefer. Like I kind of like bottles that really emphasize the distillate notes. So if you have something aged in like a refill bourbon cask that has a really interesting distillate that's been aged for a good amount of time, that's kind of like where I'm at for the most part in my preference. But I'll drink anything, to be honest. I've tried Jack Daniels, Jim Beam Honey, Evan Williams. Yeah, so those are all in the bourbon realm. So I know Jack Daniels is like a Tennessee whiskey, but it meets all the qualifications for bourbon. So like those are all like New Charred Oak barrel kind of spirits. So if you like the flavor profile you're currently getting, so like your bourbons or Tennessee whiskeys or what have you are going to have strong kind of like sweet notes, spice notes, and oakiness. Like these are all very common. It's going to be very oaky, very spicy, very like brown sugar, kind of sometimes syrup and caramel and these kinds of things. And then you'll also bleed sometimes into like a red fruit note like cherry, depending on how much rye is in the mash bill. Sometimes you're going to get like your kind of like dill, slightly herbal, spicy kind of notes from whiskeys like that. Those are all like very aggressive American whiskeys. So if you like those kinds of notes, you can try to like find more things in like the American whiskey / bourbon realm. Those are all high corn mash bill, right? Whereas if you go for something like Scotch or Irish whiskey or Canadian whiskey, you're going to have completely different kind of experience than that. Almost very rarely do they use a New Charred Oak barrel in those kinds of whiskey. So most of your flavor from American spirits like bourbon are going to come from the barrel. That New Charred Oak barrel is the main provider of flavor. Whereas with Scotch, you know, you have a good amount of like flavor that comes from the distillate fermentation itself, or from the specific barrels that get used. So a lot of Scotch uses a barrel that used to contain bourbon. So it's not as heavy-handed. It's been used. A lot of that bourbon flavor has been extracted from the bourbon that was in it originally. So you do get some of like that vanilla and kind of like honey sweetness that you might experience in bourbon in your Scotch, but it's way less loud. You have way more access to like some of the fermentation related flavors like orchard fruits or floral notes in like ex-bourbon barrel Scotch, but also Scotch can use like wine barrels, for example. You have like more dried fruits, more tannins, darker spices, or richer, like lower kind of like taffy sweetnesses that are not like the same that are in bourbon. They're kind of like more syrupy. And also some of the Scotch notes undoubtedly they use barley that's been smoked with peat or otherwise, so they have very like strong phenolics and very like smoky and campfire kind of flavors, right? So it really kind of depends what direction you want to go. You know, like Irish whiskey, for example, a lot of that stuff is triple distilled, so it like is a lot smoother on the mouthfeel and on the finish. and it kind of has like a little bit of like a brighter, fruity, and sometimes a baked good kind of note that doesn't really exist in other kinds of whiskey, right? So it kind of like depends on what you want to try. Sounds like you've tried lots of like American whiskeys. So if you like those, you know, you can go more like connoisseur bottles in that direction, or you can try like something completely different, like something you find in Scotland or Ireland. I'm going to find something more intriguing to taste. I like woody, peppery, and a little sweet like raisin and brown sugar. Yeah, so if I was to like point you right at something that is to say not bourbon, it would kind of be like you probably, for the notes that you've just given me, like you'll like sweet, like raisin sweetness and like a deeper like brown sugar kind of sweetness. I would like probably want to try something in the like the finished sherry cask realm, like something that's finished in sherry oak, or I suppose entirely matured in sherry oak, for example. So like the thing that I would like point to for something like that. If you're in the Scotch world, like anything from this distillery, the Glendronach, this would be something that I would be like, hey, you should try something like this. The Glendronach is almost exclusively matured in Oloroso sherry and Pedro Menez sherry. It's a blend of the two. And it's a heavily sherried Scotch whiskey. You'll find like those kind of deeper, richer sweetnesses that you're kind of used to from bourbon. But you'll also find like some like even lower, richer flavors, kind of like leather and tobacco, and these kind of elements. But also like some good amount of like syrupy level kind of sweetness alongside that, right? So this is like a place that you could try. These are pretty available and not terribly expensive. In Canada, this bottle is around 100 Canadian dollars. So that's probably like 80 American or something like that. Very uneducated on alcohol, just started indulging the past couple months. Yeah, so again, it's a matter of like just trying a range of things and kind of seeing what you like. There's going to be some amount of fumbling around of like, hey, do I like Scotch? Do I like Irish whiskey? Do I like bourbon? Do I like maybe I like Scotch whiskey in a sherry barrel, but I don't like Scotch whiskey in a bourbon barrel. Or I like Irish whiskeys that are single pot still, but I don't really like Irish whiskeys that are single malt. Like there's a place where you can kind of like try to like explore and try to figure out a bunch of different. You're gonna have to try a bunch of different things. And if you don't want to buy whole bottles like this, the best thing you can do is try to find a bar nearest to you that has a large selection. And kind of just if the people there, if they have a large whiskey selection on a bar near you, probably the people who are working there have some idea of what they have to sell and kind of what is like what in terms of like, hey, I want to try something I haven't tried before. Can you recommend me something that's like a sherried Scotch? Or can you recommend me something that's like a bourbon barrel Scotch or like a smoky Scotch? And then you can just try one pour instead of buying like a whole bottle. And like you might, because you buy this and be like, hey, I don't like this. And now I spent 80 American dollars on something, didn't like it. Right. And that's not obviously not great. For me, it's kind of like I just drink pretty much fucking everything. So I kind of like just YOLO entire bottles and then tell you guys what they're like. That's kind of like I'm the guinea pig. Then I go to the store today and buy a few small bottles of Scotch and stuff. Yeah, you can try that. Depends on what kind of minis are available near to you. For me in my market, most of the minis that you can find for Scotch are like blended Scotch. So that's like your Johnny Walker, or like very popular blended, or there are some single malts, but usually they're very bulk brands. So probably you'll find stuff like Johnny Walker, J&B Rare, like Grant's. You might find some single malts like Glenlivet 12, or this sort of idea. maybe like Glenfiddich 12 or something like that. I would encourage you, if you go look for stuff, until like such time that you kind of like have your feet on the ground, I would try to stay away from something that says it's blended Scotch. Because a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll get into Scotch and they'll try the popular blends like Johnny Walker, or whatever. It's some blended Scotch, and blended Scotch just doesn't have the levels of flavor, especially if you come from bourbon. It's not going to have the level of flavor that you expect. And then you're kind of going to be like, well, I don't like Scotch. It's not that flavorful. The flavors are weird and I don't like it. But the truth of the matter is, single malt Scotch is kind of where the flavor's at. And that's why most enthusiasts prefer single malt Scotch. Blended Scotch, there are some good blended Scotches. That doesn't mean all blended Scotch is bad. But there's a reason why I have like over 50 single malt Scotches and I have like less than 10 blended Scotches. The amount of blended Scotches that are worth your time is not that high. So I think if you really want to like try to see what Scotch has to offer, you want to look at single malt Scotch predominantly. But yeah, like for the kind of flavors you express, probably try to find something sherried. But like anything that's single malt with an age statement is a good place to like at least get started. You know, like if you want to get a Glenfiddich 12-year-old or Glenallachie 12-year-old or, you know, Ben Romack 10-year-old, anything like this kind of idea. What does my collection look like? It's not, I guess my sheet's not available on YouTube. I'm going to post you something to YouTube chat. Hold on. So that spreadsheet there has all of the bottles that are in my collection. And each one of them has a picture. So if you click on it, you can find a picture that I've taken myself of the bottle in my possession. So all the bottles that I have are on that list, with the exception, I think, of a couple. Now, again, I prefer Scotch, and I do prefer smoky Scotch. So you're going to find lots of smoky Scotch in there. But there is plenty of other kind of like, you know, fruity and malty, Speyside, brighter kind of things in there too. Some things that are heavily sherried, etc. Also, on my YouTube channel proper, if you click into that, you'll see that I have some reviews on there. So if you're kind of wondering like, hey, these are the bottles I have, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're good, because I bought them not knowing if they're good or not. I've done reviews for them. So some of the bottles are good, some of the bottles are not so good. My reviews are available on YouTube, but they're also available on my Discord server if you want them in written form, where it just tells you, hey, this is the score I gave this bottle. You can find that on my Discord server, which is available in my YouTube profile description. You can find my Discord server, and it has a section in my Discord server that has all of my whiskey reviews in kind of a written form. It gives you a number, it gives you a score, tells you about the bottle, where it came from, what kind of casks, etc. Full information. So yeah, kind of I do everything. I do a little bit of everything. I do Scotch, and I do bourbons, and I do Canadian whiskey, and I do rums, and I do cognacs. Mostly I like Scotch, but we kind of are continually expanding our selection and trying new things, and we do some of this content every day, basically. Around 12, I guess it would be like around 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I do a stream roughly like this, where we talk about spirits. I review something, or I open a new bottle, or what have you. So if that's kind of your jam, hit me with a follow on YouTube, or you can find me on Twitch TV as well, or on TikTok, whichever platform you prefer. Of course, right now I know that you're on vertical, but I also have a full horizontal stream on YouTube as well. That way you can see more of the table. But I know vertical is better for phones. But either way, I'm about to get out of here. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be playing Final Fantasy 1 tomorrow. Final Fantasy 1. Day 3, for about 3 hours, and then we're going to do live review. We'll review something brand new, live review tomorrow. And if you're a subscriber on Twitch, there is some new and interesting stuff we're posting in the Inside Scoop. So you can check there for some new developments that are coming soon. Thank you guys for being here. I'll be back tomorrow. Hope you guys have a great day. Yeah, thanks for watching. Peace.